That is actually a really good trick. I'm gonna have to keep that one in mind. But I guess today the music just wants to be really somber. And another track, I swear, by volume there are more energetic and happy tracks in his playlists. But I suppose not. I suppose this is what we're doing today. The playlist has decided it. Regardless, welcome back everyone. Let us do more of the hit idol and whatnot. Now, what do I want to do today? I have finished categorizing these sound assets, and I want to finish putting them all in the game. Well, strictly speaking, all of the sounds are already in, and they are now properly listed, they are properly attributed, which is good. Some of these are actually as per a attribution license, so when I was playing them on stream without telling you their author, I was breaking the law. Oh no! But I think I'll be forgiven. But what do I want to do? What do I want to progress on this credits menu? I want an enclosing element such that it's not just this empty list of credits. At least I want to give it a try, see how that looks. And I also want a better label, tell you this is the sound effects. Then at the bottom, right here at the bottom, we're going to have another section for the fonts used, and there you go. Thank you, music, for finally changing your tone. And below that, we're going to have another section for ambient noises, which are strictly speaking sound effects, but they are in a different role, I would argue. Now, additionally, using these arrows is a bit slow. It works on the save selector, where ideally you don't have a million saves, but I also want to implement being able to mouse wheel scroll this element. At the moment, you can't, and that's bad. So when I'm done, ideally it'll look something like this, where we've got a nice contained box, and the credits are going to be able to fit into that. Conveniently, I already have an example of that, so we can work off of that. Otherwise, I want to... we can hop into a save to demonstrate this one. What I further want to do is I want to finish the villains, or at least draw an additional one. You see here, they have little pictures and it's cute, but only 2 of them do at the moment. So I do need to finish that, and that is something that needs to be finished for the demo. Straight up. Gotta be done before we can release demo, because this is part of that content, and I will not release unfinished content. When is demo? I don't know, when it's ready. But that will probably be most of today, so let us get started. Let's see, starting on the credits menu. So what we have here is the example that I want to work off of. This is the... actually, this ain't it. Pardon me. This is it. This is the settings box. And more or less we take how this works, which is in GameMaker terms, it makes a white box and displays that. It then further contains the scrollable box that we already have, and it beautifully abstracted, might I add. It creates the elements and slots those into the box. Most importantly, I want to steal this create group label method such that I can display labels on the credits as well, which I think that's just a thing of beauty. So it creates a label object which doesn't really do much, but it takes up space within the box. So I don't have to manually space out objects. I can just add them into the box, and the scrollable box, which uses this get height method, it queries that for how tall is each object, so what is the highest point where I can insert a new object. It uses that to figure that out, and so this generic label uses the height of the text in order to fit other elements snugly beneath it. And I can pretty much steal that. Maybe we're just going to do that. Now, the proper answer is, of course, to abstract, to move the code into a common place where it can be referenced from both sides so that you are not duplicating code. And I think we are going to do part of that, because some of this we want, some of this we don't. I don't like accessing something's instance variables out of a script. So this scrollable box add object at call, this should remain within the menu settings box, which declared the scrollable box to begin with. But all of this stuff can perfectly well be abstracted with minor changes. And actually, I lied to you. It's not the scrollable box that manages the Y offset, it is the settings by themselves. Here it is. It grabs the height and tracks where to insert the next element. Maybe steal that too. How about that? Yes, I think I will. And then here we've got credits list. So the credits list currently does not even declare methods. Isn't that interesting? Right. Start on our methods implementation. Remember that user events do not trigger if they are not manually triggered. So we're going to do just that. Then, instead of copying too much code, we are going to extract this part into a script, which takes this stuff. This stuff sans the get translated string, and it makes you a label which looks consistent across the menu. So this is going to be in the scripts folder. It is a genuine script, it's not a data structure. Look, strictly speaking, defining a struct type of a constructor is also a script, but I refuse to call it that, so I don't. Create menu group label. Just call it whatever. You'll always think of a better name, so name it the first thing that pops into your mind as you create it. Group label? No. No. You know, actually, I was thinking that you'd have to... what this function does, it takes a translation key and then it goes to the translation file, looks up what is that in the current language, what does that stand for. But we don't need to pre-execute this, because if we have the label key, then we know everything that we need to know. As opposed to if we were to tell it, hey, let me show you what I mean. If we tell it, hey, go into this instance's translation keys, and from there go to labels.volume, that wouldn't work, because in this script we don't know what translation keys is supposed to be. But because we are already resolving it, that's fine, that works. We can call getTranslated_string out of here. So we're certainly going to need label key, which is going to be a string. And I think that's actually it. Yes. We need to return out the label, actually. And there we are. Okay. Now, to restore functionality in the settings, we are going to go here. For label equals create menu group label with the label key. Pardon me. Create a label, then put it into the box, track it, and increase the Y offset and all of this stuff. This is going to be shared functionality, but that doesn't belong in the script. I could write it in there because GameMaker is very funny, and when you execute a script, you actually have access to all the variables and everything from the executing instance. But that is silly. We are not doing that. So instead, we're going to call this good, and we're just gonna steal this function and toss it into our credits box. Now, further, Y offset starts at a bit off. That's what? Selected saved game? That shouldn't be there. Okay. So, that's quite good. Now, I've got the height and width defined, which means, strictly speaking, there's nothing speaking against making the surface. Let me just speed up real fast. I think I defined this because... Oh, yeah, right. Because surfaces are drawn from the top left corner, I believe. You can configure whether you want to draw some sprites from the middle or from wherever. You do not get the same luxury with surfaces. They are always drawn from the top left. Now then, I'm positive I'm going to need that, but for the moment, let's not. Ha. So, why are we tracking labels? Tracking the labels for literally no reason. Wonderful. So we're not going to need this either. It's called... actually, let's be consistent in our naming and refer to it as a scrollable box. There we go. This wants to be a function as well. So let's make it one. Function create sound credit. What variables is it going to need? It's going to need the specific sound credit. And thanks to GameMaker's weirdly powerful type checking that it refuses to use, I can actually say this is a sound credit. What it's going to do under the surface is it's going to go to the structs index and compare that to what I'm getting. Yeah, it's technical. It really doesn't matter. Basically, this tells me this is going to throw an error if I receive something that's not a sound credit. Now, important. This is not out of GameMaker. I wrote this function myself. That isn't important at all. I just wanted to brag. As if GameMaker had declared types. Hey. Okay. Right. That should work. Now we need to further call this, and it is good practice to make this a function onto itself. So take that out of the create event, replace it with a call to that function. No. Yes, create all sound credits. Just keep the create event clean, don't do stuff that you don't need to. Ideally, all that you do is call functions. And declare data, of course. So, for each sound credit that we have, we want to create an instance with that one. There we go. Something seems amiss. I dropped a global. There we go. Don't know where that went, but it's back now. Yeah. Now, on top of this sound credits, I do still need to track the Y offset. To that end, do we have a get height element? We do not, because that is not a function that the scrollable box element interface requires. Object bar scrollable box element. Yep. No, it does actually, and it implements it too, so that should be fine. And why this map? Where did I steal that? Also, I'm referencing an iteration, which of course isn't going to work, so we do need to fix that, I think. So this is just an offset, and this... Right. We want the Y offset to track where stuff goes. So there's no way about it but to do it, and when it doesn't work properly, we fix the Y offset instead of doing something else. because we need to reference everything off of the Y offset. Increase Y offset with the credit we've just created, which is going to extract the height out of the credit, where it's going to be its sprite height, and give it a bit of a buffer. So, Y offset is initialized. And there's that, yes. Yes, sir. That's good. Now, before we can create the label, there is one thing. So, in the settings box, these things are offset. Yes, let's have a look. The labels are further to the left, whereas the settings themselves are further indented. That creates a lovely little effect. Also, in large part, it is to allow these sub-labels to be properly drawn, since technically the element itself is right here, and it is drawing a label to the left of it, which there are cleaner solutions than that, because if the label's too long it's just gonna overlap the box, but then again everything in this game is manually placed, so if I make it ugly, it's gonna be ugly. Nothing about that. So, I don't know. Give it something and figure out how that looks. So we're just going to go with what we already have, which is 2 display pixels of offset for the labels, and then we are going to create a group label, which is using the label X. It uses... Don't I? I do define I don't, actually. Wonderful. Translation keys equals the translation keys of the room handler, which puts us into the space of menu. And from there we want to go to credits list. Get translation keys from the room handler, and then it's credits list. There we go. Translation keys dot sound effects. And that's actually all that we need here, since we don't need to pass the Y offset, because we're in the same instance, the Y offset is still accessible down here, and so it does access it directly. Okay. So that should actually already work, provided that I've not made a massive mistake adapting the code that I wrote previously. I did make sure that one works. Let's see. Yes, but no, is our answer here. So it does insert the label, and it does scroll the other things underneath it, just not by enough. Okay. What am I doing differently? Compared to the menu settings, of course, these are very much tied to each other, but at the settings they are offset in order to not intrude on the labels so much. And of course I have stolen the group label code, but I haven't properly stolen this code. But that should be good. Figure it out. Figure it out in a moment. Because what I also want to do is I want to give you a surface, which is going to be super simple. Right. The pattern for that is we define the surface as non-existent and we give it a function which recreates and properly initializes our surface. So function redraw surface, because surfaces are stored in your GPU's memory and that may be evicted at any time. Usually it isn't unless you tab out of the game, then it usually is. And the point is that you can't predict it, so we need to be able to recreate it at any time. And for that, we're gonna find where I do it here. I'm pretty sure it is just a simple call to create bubble, which is going to give me a white box. Oh, I don't even bother making it a function. Right. Just gonna take that. It would be cleaner to put it into a function, but since I'm not doing anything special whatsoever, it can live in the draw event. That is very much a distinction from other more function-based languages, such as Java, where first off, there is no functionality without function, and more importantly, there is not this separation between events. So, also I need to clean up this surface when we no longer need it, which is a function called surface_free. Because otherwise we would be leaking memory. That memory would eventually be cleaned up when the game exits, so it wouldn't be a huge deal, but be careful with your memory usage. Now, I am going to give this, just draw the surface underneath you. I'm positive that's wrong. In fact, I can almost certainly tell you it is. Is it? Maybe. But we're just gonna give it a try and see how it looks. What else can I really do? Ah. Right. Right. That thing. So the surface starts to be drawn from the top left of it, but the x and y coordinates that we are using are the middle of the object. So it starts right here instead of the top left corner where we want it. I see. Good to remember that. To that end, I'm not sure why we are doing things differently in the settings box, but let's see. Yeah, surface x and y given a plus. Oh, is it because this thing? Can I just see that real fast? No? Oh well. It doesn't actually really matter, does it? because what we need to do is, either way, we need to define where this box is going to go, and that's going to be surface x is our x position minus half the height. Hello, Spambot. Goodbye, Spambot. I love this part. Okay. Then we're going to do the same thing with the height. Then I'm initializing these as constants. It wouldn't be terribly expensive to go y minus that much and x minus that much every frame, but it would be unnecessary, ma. So I'm not gonna do it. That's better. Look at that. Look with your eyes, chat. Now, I'm not sure on the color scheming. I've kind of got two color schemes going. I've got white, which is supposed to be paper, and this more yellowish color, which I intended to be cardboard, with the idea being things that are fixed, that are like printed on forms, that's white paper, and stuff that you are making as you go is made from cardboard. But that is not a fixed rule, nor does it matter too much which we use. This probably wants to be white paper, but hey, that's the beauty of working with digital. I can just change that if I like. So that leaves us with figuring out why is it that the group label doesn't get proper space. It does tell the height of what it's supposed to be. Well, go back here. Or perhaps... Are these are top left aligned, aren't they? Almost has to be. Because, listen, I am initializing the labels with the exact same values. I'm initializing them with the exact same code even. So these are the same. Consequently, they're going to give out the same height. Okay. Then tell me you. This? Ah, yes. Right, that's the difference. There it is. The difference here being... Sorry, let me swap back to the code. A volume slider doesn't have a sprite as such. It also uses a dynamic surface, which, as we remember, a surface is drawn from the top left down. Whereas the sprite spaced buttons, or the sprite strips that I have in the credits menu, those are drawn from the middle outwards. So that is easy enough, we just need to account for that. Thank you, Inspector, please go away. For that, plus half the sprite height of we need the function, there it is, sprite get height of the menu credit, yes, by 2. is that going to be proper? Or am I going to need to... No, that seems to work. Give it a mo. Look, doesn't that look so much better? That is just wonderful. Huh. Okay. It is pretty wide, but I think that's good. Mostly for this specific title here, I've had to make it pretty wide. And I think that works. I don't want to fit anything else in here. Theoretically, I think there would just about be space. I might have to slightly extend it to fit the license in the middle. But currently, I don't plan on doing that. I may, in the end. We'll see. So, it is really bothering me that these are not the usual color scheme. So let's go fix that real fast. For that, we're gonna go into the sprites and yeah, first we're gonna pick up a random sprite. This is literally just white. This is a grayish down from white, and from here pop into all of these sprites, and it did not. Right, you need to OK out of this menu in order for it to store the color so that you can then later use it. It also occurred to me, while we're here, we can also fix that. White, please, thank you. It also occurred to me that these little buttons don't have the usual corners. If we compare that with a very similar element, which is the hop, step, smile option. Yes, you see, it's got a smaller corner. Usually it's supposed to be too wide. So, let's fix that. Which is done by this. Pick up that bit of corner and shuffle it over there. That way, instead of a simple diagonal as we have here, it creates this sharper, more rounded kind of thing. I don't know, you can do both, certainly, but I prefer this style, as I've settled on. Okay, now they are identical. That's wonderful. The hop, step, smile, exclamation point, option is actually slightly larger, but it doesn't matter. Either one's good. Why did I settle on 11 by 11? I don't know, I may have copied it. No, I made it smaller because the play button wouldn't center. Right, anyway, so what we're gonna do is continue the recolor. There we are. And lastly, for you, we also need to fix a color, fix the corner. And what I'm gonna do there, instead of fixing everything manually, because we've also got multiple corners, we've also got multiple frames here. Instead of doing this 8 times, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this and erase, paste, erase, and paste, and erase, and paste. But not like that. Like so. In fact, actually, since these are identical, I can just take this and delete everything on this layer, put that there, there we go. Super easy. And there we do something very bad. Oh no. I should not have done that. Oops. If I go into the workspace, can I... Oh no. Well, let's Google real fast. What I've done is I've created I've deleted the object instead of the sprite. Okay, add existing. And for that we are going to go... You don't see my files, that's good. Object, menu, object credits. You're still there. I don't even remember truly what it's called. Sound credit play button. There it is. I hope it's still there. GameMaker is really lazy about updating the file system. But in this case, it just deleted that shiz. Right out. Did I commit this? Did I ever? I'm not sure I did. Well, that's bad. Oh. That is real bad. Well, I'm pretty positive it is still in the source control. If nothing else, I did commit it, even if I didn't push it, which is going to be a bit of a bigger bother, but eventually I'll get it back. Yeah, no, this is just gone. Okay. Right, source control. Doesn't feel like it. Ah, there it is. Okay. No, I have an idea. My apologies, this is going to take a moment. It's not going to be terribly interesting. But I do need to recover that file, and I need to do it relatively quickly. Because the longer that we take on this, the bigger the chance that it actually is lost forever. So, Git, I know that you have this. And it's in your unstaged changes. At least I certainly hope so. Failing that, I mean, we can recreate it. It would be annoying, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. Right, this is the sprites. Nope. one more option. Let's see. If I go to here, which brings us to the GameMaker folder, which is supposed to have a backups folder. It does not. Okay. That's okay, because I neurotically back up everything that I do. So, once again, it's not going to be terribly visible, but let's stop this. It may well be in Dropbox. So, if we go to the online copy, it may be there currently. It may just be there as a former version. Menu. Ooh, this is looking promising. It is not here. Oh, this is going to be a bother. There are... Dropbox never deletes anything. It just tells you that it's and then it hides it because yum yum, delicious data. So there ought to be an earlier version of this, but I don't see it. Okay, right. I think at this point it is time that we accept our loss, unless... Nope. Can't do that. Wow. You know, I try not to speak ill of GameMaker, because it is a very competent software that does a lot of very good stuff. Not having undelete for objects, which is going to be the most central thing in your game, that's kind of a blunder. That is not something that software, what, 20 years old should be lacking. Oh well. Am I gonna just recreate that? Let's think. When's the last time that I committed? I don't think I committed the last state, because that was after last stream and I couldn't be bothered then. But maybe. Hey Git, what about it? When's the history? The last commit was actually a week ago. So logically speaking, this should exist. Why isn't it here? Like, I know that I made the credits menu on stream last week, right? So, by all laws of logic, it should be in one of these commits. But it just isn't. Nope. It was floating, wasn't it? Yep, it was floating, and so because it wasn't committed, that's bad. Oh well, too bad. Hey, there are worse things to lose. So, regrettably, we are going to have to recreate that. That's frustrating, but that's life for you. Take it as the lesson to commit more often, such that we can avoid these losses. Okay, then. So, I still have the credits list, which I feel is the more central element anyway. So, this is going to expect an object menu sound credit. And before I do this wrong again, let's do what I had properly intended, which is to delete these 3 sprites and give them new copies of the changed assets. Except each of these we're going to rename and properly scale up to 132 by 132. You are going to be real thin and 180 pixels wide. All of them scaled up to 6 times their size, such that the pixels that you visually see are real big. Okay. There we go. That's the sprites scaled up. Now, the sound credit is going to want to... It has to use this sprite, menu sound credit. Right. Sound credit? What is it called? Yep, menu credit. Right, because it's not specific to that, it is a generic credit sprite that I was at least planning to further use for fonts today. We're going to see if we get to that. So, further, it needs the parentage that it is a scrollable box element. Is there we go, that's our interface. I'm a bit bummed, I'll have to admit. Bit bummed, but I can't do anything about it now. So, we need to tell it the box that contains it and the data, which is going to be a sound credit. Okay. A property not defined, which is going to be the box and data. And we know that these are of types object scrollable box and subject the data to a sound credit. And this really is just the catastrophe option. I figured, because I know I did check this into Dropbox, I figured Dropbox would give me a history version. And let's try, let's see. or deleted file. Because surely that's something they author. Deleted files. There it is. Aha! Need to be careful here now, though. Oh, wonderful. It's giving me the option to restore all my files. Or I can bugger off. The thing is, I don't want to restore all the files, because that is going to include old spots, though. Yeah, I don't actually want to fully do that. But I guess that's the best option I'm going to get. The reason I don't want to is I just yesterday cleaned up old assets, but that is fine. That is going to be the better option. I'm just gonna have to redo that process. That's not terrible. Okay. Now, please tell me that that actually worked. In my online copy, I now have these files back. Yes? No? Question mark? Dropbox, what are you on? Working on it. I see. Okay, let's give that a minute. This is emotionally draining. So, frankly, I am. It's a bit early to take a break, but I am going to do so anyway. Clear my head, see if I can convince Dropbox to give me the file back that it said it had restored. I also do already need to pee, so don't run too far. Everything's fine, we can fix stuff. I'm going to be back in a few minutes, and then we're going to continue as if nothing happened. Surely. See you then. Well, that was stressful, but thankfully, things are not as terrible as they may have seemed. Dropbox does in fact allow you to restore deleted objects, and while GameMaker is now refusing to import these objects, that's fine. I can work with that, because I happen to know that GameMaker files are just text. So, while I can't as easily... Oh, let's be careful. So, there's no such folder here. Okay. Create an object which is called object menu sound credit, which is mirrored into the file structure. And I shouldn't even need to fully copy this. Reload, no. Right, because it has an... So this is a bit specific about GameMaker. Each object has kind of a... It's not one big file. Okay, music. Sorry, I forgot to turn down the music. Music needs to chill. It's not that there's one file that contains all the data about the object. There we go. So, wonderful. Yeah, it's not that there's all of this in the same file. That's not how GameMaker works. How it does work is it's got kind of an index file that defines everything about the objects, and from there it references other files, one for each event. And so, of course, if I create this from here in order to convince GameMaker to, for lack of a better word, recognize the object exists, play button, I believe it's called, then it's not going to have those references. But that is fine, because, well, everything in GameMaker is text. I can tell it, hey, I know that GameMaker is supposed to manage its own resources and all, but I really don't care. So I'm just going to overwrite it, and since it's coming from a valid GameMaker object that GameMaker just refuses to import, I can... There we go. Reload this. Since this file structure is correct, it's... Well, I'm not going to say it will work, it should work. Yes, indeed. Well, at least it's launching, and that, you know, when it launches without error, you're already most of the way there. Okay. I'm calm, I'm collected, I am happy. This was too much effort, but here we are. Though I am noting one thing. That's the old version. This version doesn't create a link button. Oh, that's fine. Neither does it create the arrows. But why not? Because this is the old version which didn't have that. And that's fine. That's fine, we can work backwards from here. Most of the frame, most of the implementation that I used to have is still in here. Funny side effect of simply overwriting this is presumably until GameMaker is restarted, I should hope, the syntax highlighting ain't working properly. But that's fine. So, wait, that's the play button. Right. And in this version, we don't have the link button, which is unfortunate, but the object link button still exists. So that should work. I can just tell it to create another one. Now, do I remember how I used to do that? Sure don't. No. Honestly, this is actually bothering me a lot. Let's see if reopening the asset fixes it. It does not. So we are not going to have text highlighting possibly ever. That sucks. Oh well. Create instance relative. It's like the old text editor that GameMaker used to have. It still has it. This is, strictly speaking, this is an experimental new code editor. Ooh, fancy. And since that either gave you no suggestions whatsoever, or the suggestions it gave were not related to your context, it was as good as worthless. So, we are going to have to... What? We need to increase the offset from here. Let's say 20. We need to create a link button, which is going to be here, minus the sprite width of sprite's link button. Is it? I think there is a specific menu credits link button sprite that I've created. Yes. So let's seal that. There we go. That will work. Now, I remember from last time, actually, funny idea. I could quite literally go into my vault and steal the code from there. But let's not do that. But I do remember that last time, when I was positioning the buttons, this code up here was a mistake, because this mispositions the button. So, what this X offset gives us, it moves the button to the right edge of the credit slip, then moves it all the way back, but because the button's middle is aligned, this moves it further than I think. So we need to move it by half its width, such that it is... Now its middle is where I think it is. So, as things would stand, this aligns the right edge of the link button with the right edge of the credit slip. So, do that. Then we want it to be aligned on the y-axis. We don't need to specify the depth, because we just want it to be right above. Also, depth doesn't matter much when you manually draw anyway. Object link button, and the properties are going to be what do you expect? You expect a URL and you expect a sprite. We can do that. Sprites comes first alphabetically, so we're gonna do that. There's no such thing as a rule that you have to put parameters in order, but well, the computer doesn't require it. Humans kind of do. It is good to have a consistent ordering. In this case, alphabetical is fine. Now, data get URL. Was it? Let's see, sound credit get link. That's what it was. So, from here, tell that, then we further tell the link button to hide itself, because it needs to be invisible by default until manually drawn. And instead of fiddling directly with the X and Y of the play button, we iterate. Man, I have to do my loops manually. That sucks. I don't wanna. While it's less than the array length of sub-elements, increase. So for each sub-elements I dot move right by x delta. There we go. Do the same thing for the y. So that's going to be y delta, move down by that. Okay. Give it a try. Where's it going to throw an error? No? Didn't expect that. Sorry, what it's throwing is that this very function that I am calling here isn't defined on a sub-element. Because the play button, of course, also is an older version, which indeed doesn't have it. That's fine. Everything's fine. Things are going to be okay. That almost certainly means that the click... No, the click functionality did make it in. The scroll arrows didn't. But one at a time. One at a time, we're going to conquer this. Okay. Now, right, that properly opens the link. That works. Okay, they are too close together, but we can fix that easily. Naturally, because if we think this is just a random number. So, in fact, let's do this properly. We're going to do this times 1.5, since the buttons are the same size. Well, strictly speaking, the cleaner solution here is to scroll it left by the entire width of the link button and by half its own width and add the offsets. There we go. Now, that is going to be that. Then lastly, we need to restore the arrows, which are going to be a bit annoying. I'll be honest, because that was a lot of the code here. So left arrow builder is a new sprite builder. So I need to make an arrow that points left, and I need to put a button on it that actually calls that function to move to the previous assets. So, one by one. I can't jump to the definition of sprite builder, even though it's being syntax highlighted because GameMaker recognizes it exists. That's fine. When you hack, you get what you get. Be happy with it. And GameMaker doesn't recognize this chain, these chain calls anyway, so not much lost there. Now, I don't remember what this is called. Let's see, sprite forward arrow. And you need a... You are going to need an offset, you're going to need a -x scale. You are positioned relatively, that's good. So, that x... I don't know. 6 set x scale of -1, which is going to cause it to be drawn backwards because regularly the forward arrow points to the right. And I am too lazy to make a version that points to the left when I can reuse this version. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. Back these. So, because we're going to need to call them to draw on the individual frame. So, left arrow builder. Then we also need to create the right arrow builder as a copy of the left arrow builder, which I am once again thinking is a bit of a waste to set up because the only property that we reuse is the sprite, but this is still good practice, and I'll tell you why. Because currently we're not reusing many properties. Also, this needs to be a negative number, but that can always change. And if let's say I move the arrow upwards, then I want both of them to be in line. It is a good idea to write your code such that everything which should be together stays together. That code references each other. That way you don't need to update everywhere, and right now you know where everything is and where everything has to go. Trust me, you are not going to remember even tomorrow. Because there's a whole lot of code in this project. I don't remember all of it. I made all of it. So, while it's easy to think, oh yeah, what was that arrow sprite called? If you ask me where a specific thing is referenced, that's a much harder question to answer. Instead of looking for a specific thing, you're looking for each individual usage of that thing. That's different. That is something the human memory is bad at. So, that aside, right arrow builder. Further, what we want to do is we want to display the assets that we have available to scroll through. So let's say asset index builder equals a new text builder, which uses, once again, I've got a pretty good idea of how to use a text builder and in what order I want to define its properties, but I'm kind of intentionally keeping it out of my memory because it is kind of better to look it up on the fly. General text font 20, I think. My apologies, I broke this thing, so now I don't have the autocomplete for the global fonts objects. Here it is. Yes, general text font 14 is in fact what it is called. Let's scale to 2, so that the font is slightly pixelier. And that is the only reason why I do it. I allow it to have anti-aliasing because not anti-aliasing fonts that wasn't meant for that isn't a pixel arty font, that's going to have funny effects. So you want to generally anti-aliasing is a good thing, even if you shouldn't overdo it and make the pixels too visible. So that's the horizontal align, which is going to be for the alignment middle, and we're going to set vertical align to centered. There we go, except in the other order. This is called Fluent API, by the way, in which you don't need to reference the object for each method call because the method returns the object itself. That way, you can call the next method on the return value of the first method because the return value is the object. Instead of returning nothing at all, you can use the return value to shorten the code that calls it. I think that is quite lovely. I stole it from work. The most notable use case for it in Java is the stream API, where that's not exactly how streams work. Streams do return different objects, but Java does want you to think of a stream as one continuous object that changes as you use it. So it is kind of just better to imagine it in that way and just not think about it. In tech, always. It's a black box. Don't think about it. You don't need to think about it. It's fine. Because if you know the details of how it's implemented, then that's bad. Straight up. If you know how specifically it works, then you are going to be tempted to code towards that specific implementation, but that implementation may well change. The only thing that is fixed is the interface. You know, if you give it this, it's going to return that and do those things. What it does under the hood is up to the developer. And when we stop worrying about the details and use just the interface, then we no longer have the subconscious temptation to do it wrong. Okay, now this exists, asset index builder, so each of these needs to be drawn. 0, I is less than array length builders. I do wish, speaking of Java, I do wish GameMaker had enhanced for loops, which are really just this that we are doing now. We're doing something for each object in the array, but instead of having to use an index variable, you just say do this for each object that is in the array. That's a lovely kind of iteration. it doesn't sound like much. It isn't much, but it makes it so much clearer what we are doing. It makes it clear we don't actually care about the index, and we don't need to reference the array. Instead, we have the individual object directly unpacked for us, which also, I believe, helps performance. Now, further, we are going to... we need to create buttons. So, previous assets button. We're gonna make a button that creates, that scrolls to the previous asset, and one that goes forward. Now, no. We're gonna use the create buttons right method that I do believe exists. Yep. That, for which we give it the X and Y offsets and tell it the sprite, which is just used for sizing. So that's going to be minus 30 times 6, subject to change, 0. The onClick function is going to be previous asset, which is defined here. So when the button is clicked, we want to go back to the previous asset, and the sprite to use the size of is going to be forward arrow. And likewise, we're going to make one for the next asset. Now, I do remember from last week of streaming, I didn't 100% used to do this with this way. Last time that I implemented this, before I lost the file to GameMaker's oopsie doopsies, I used to not initialize these at all, but I think I am actually going to always create them, but disable them if they are not relevant. So let's do that. If there is only one asset, so if array length of assets is 1, then fully disable all of these. The builders, and more importantly the buttons. Here is... Alright, let's use copy paste. It's faster. This is a bit dirty, I'll say. It's not the cleanest solution that could exist, because we are creating these just to then disable them if they are not relevant. But it has an important upside, which is they are still going to be defined. We can call methods on them safely. They're just not going to do anything. For instance, here we would need to check if the builder in that slot is defined, though we could make the builders array empty. But okay, so that's that. Now, they are always going to be enabled, which is going to be bad. To stop that, we are going to further re-implement a little function, which is refresh all buttons enablement, which checks not whether the buttons are relevant at all. It doesn't check whether we have more than one asset. It is going to check, are we on the first asset or on the last one? And if so, then disable the backwards or forwards buttons, because you can't scroll past the first element. Okay. In fact, we're going to make another function, refresh all navigation elements, which is going to do this. And it's also going to update the asset index builder in order to update the number that is shown. So update asset index builder is going to take the asset index builder and it's going to tell it, hey, your text is now this. It's going to be asset index out of array length assets. So it's going to be +1. It's going to be 1 out of 5, and so on. Then we're going to make a wee little function here, which is refresh button enablement. Which takes whether it is enabled, it takes the arrow builder, and it takes the button, which is just a cute little abstraction. So tab checking enabled is a boolean. The arrow builder is a sprite builder. Now, is there any chance that they are ever not going to be? No, of course not. I mean, that's the point of this assertion, yeah? But I want to tab check every time that we go into a function, partly because code changes, and partly just to have this living comment that tells us, hey, I assume that this is going to be a button going into here. Where's the method? Here it is. Here it is. And if I ever change anything, or I call this with a different argument, and that isn't true, then this code doesn't make sense. There's no point in executing it, so I don't want to do that. So, if enabled, then we want to set the alpha of the arrow builder 1. Because we don't want to fully hide that arrow. I think it is cuter to have it slightly transparent. As such, we're going to set its alpha to 0.3. And the button is going to be enabled, if it should be, and disable it when we are not intending to use it. Since the button is completely invisible anyway, that's fine. We can fully enable and disable it. Although this isn't using the GameMaker inherent enable and disable functionality. This is once again a custom method which really just tells the button if you're clicked on, do something or don't. So now we need to do this for both sides. So refresh button enablement if the asset index is greater than 0. Enable the left arrow builder and the previous asset button. And the same thing for the right side, which is going to be enabled if the asset index is below the array length. Below the array length -1, because arrays are indexed from 0. One could even say that everything is indexed from 0, and GameMaker is patently insane for indexing strings at 1 while indexing arrays at 0. But that's just GameMaker for you. Patently insane is how we do things. And also, I imagine they would certainly love to change it, but GameMaker is committed to backwards compatibility, which is actually pretty cool. So I do get why they are doing it. Okay, that should function. Now. I do believe this... Huh. So it's complaining that when I set the X scale of the left arrow builder, that doesn't exist. It does though. So what about it? Well, quite possibly it doesn't, and I'm doing it wrong. Sprite builder. Oh, there's no underscore there. Yeah. That's on me. There actually should be an underscore there, but there isn't. Now I'm gonna live with that. Okay, we are successfully launching. Now, there is going to be an issue which I think isn't... No, this just works. Well, the arrows work. We are not drawing the text correctly because we are not updating them to begin with. Also, yep, okay. Multiple problems. First off, I have renamed sound index and I have not updated it everywhere. Which is silly Billy. There we go. Also, I do like this pattern where you don't fully initialize all the data right at the start. You'll note that the left arrow builder is always going to be disabled because we're always going to be on the... We're always going to be on the first asset. So left arrow always disabled. But we are not doing that to begin with. Instead, we are just defining what's always consistent, or rather what isn't changed by the refresh, and then we do a refresh, which of course is going to look at all that data and it's gonna do it. So, from here, I can already tell I need to give this slightly more space. I also completely forgot to tell the asset index builder where it's supposed to be. Let's call this, well, in the middle. So the text X goes after the alignment. Let X minus 30 times 6. I don't think that is enough space. But just try it and see what happens. After all, we're not building a nuclear fuel plant. We can afford to make a mistake, or rather, we can afford to just try a thing and see if it works or if we need to adjust it. That is very different when you're a nuclear engineer. But I suppose then you have simulations too, don't you? I would certainly hope that they have simulations. Otherwise, I'm going to live in the world where everything is safe and people are competent at their jobs. Okay. Now, I already know a different issue which is going to come up, so we are just going to nip that one right in the butt. I have too many tabs open. That's one issue, but the big issue that I'm thinking of is because of the way surfaces work, when we change which arrows are enabled, it's not going to display properly. So what we do need to do is object scrollable box element. No, we need the parent. There we are. We need to tell the box to redraw its contents so that the update is properly reflected. And how do we do so? We call up to the sound credit element, and after we've refreshed all the navigations, we schedule a box redraw. There we go. Now. Oh. Oh, no. Lol. You know, I like to pretend that I'm competent. Not having autocomplete certainly doesn't help me here, but I'm checking whether it is the type itself, which... No. No, that's not what we want. We want to check that this is a sprite builder. Yeah. Now it's going to properly launch, and if we check the credits menu, thank you OBS, that looks good. You know, the text is actually a bit small. I think I'm gonna go to the 20-point font. And nothing's happening. Right. Another difference, another thing that needs to be fixed is the button isn't actually moving when the play button moves. So let's put these buttons into their own array. That's not strictly necessary, but why would we want to execute any code? Sorry, why do we want to write any code multiple times? That's just silly. So what we need to do is we need to tell the buttons, hey, you need to move. So for each button, is less than the array length buttons, iterate over each button and tell it to increase its y by that much. In the perfect world, this would also be a function, but I can't be bothered. So since the button is a relatively dumb instance, I'll call it, we can just fiddle with its variables directly. Okay. Now, what I said is I want to go to the general text font 20, for which I'm guessing we want to give it more space. So let's give it another 5 display pixels. That may be overkill, but right, see what happens. Okay, doke. That is more what I want. And I think, yeah, this fits properly. I'm not sure it would fit down here, but fortunately we only have a single sound asset from there. Button still isn't doing anything. Oopsie. That one I'm not positive on. I'll give it a try. I'll see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make the button visible, and then if we see it in its proper position, then we know that it is where it's supposed to be. It's just not responding to the click. And if we don't see it where it's supposed to be, then we know it's the positional code. Debugging. It's important to gather information and narrow down what's going to be the issue. So for that, we are going to swap this out for a button that makes itself visible. And actually that's not gonna... No, that does work. Okay. So, it is the former. The positional code is working perfectly. As you can see, the little purple bounding box. The code's working. Oh no. Oh no, no. Ah, yes, right. Everything's working in so far. What is happening is I'm not refreshing the elements when a button is clicked. So obviously that's not gonna work. It's just gonna set the asset index to whatever. Good thing that I mashed it a bit. I mean, I could have clicked it once and then see if it plays a different sound. That would have told us that it would have been an issue with the drawing code rather than the button itself. Okay, now let's see if we can't. There we go. There we go. Okay. So you do respond to that. That's not perfect. Right. Yeah. Oh, fixing that properly would be an issue. So, what I'm observing is when you scroll the credits list enough, the button goes outside of the box, which is fine. I don't need it to be... since it is invisible, we don't care. Which is also why I don't bother to manually draw the button, because it doesn't need to be drawn at all. It is invisible. Now, one small problem. One small problem with that. Which is that... First off, I was a bit louder than I intended to. Sorry about that. But we want to take this code, and when the button is pressed, if we are not inside the box, then we want to ignore that click, because what could happen is we scroll the list and we go to this screen over here. Give it a moment. Here we are. So we scroll this list really far, yeah? Because we've got lots of credits. In fact, I may be able to just show you that. So let's scroll down. Then we navigate, and since we are physically moving the camera around the room, these instances still exist. So we can click them from here. And that would be bad. I mean, worse things exist. They are actually still going to very slightly cover these buttons, but I think that's not really an issue. They are out of the way. Still, we could click them, and now what's happened? Well, what would be happening is that when we click that, it changes the state of the credits list when it's not supposed to. Now, I'd be forgiven for doing that, because that is such a minor thing, and it's not like this is state that matters at all. This is not a setting, this is just which sound asset is selected here. Right. Still, I've already fixed it. I have, by using this parent mouse in box function. Using that and returning out when we're not where we are supposed to be with the mouse, we ignore the click and don't do anything. That's cool. Okay. Next. I think that is going to be that's going to be this. Right. No, wait, give it a moment. No. Right. So, here's the thing. GameMaker's inherent source control plugin struggles with larger commits, and by larger commits, I mean more than like 2 or 3 files. So, it takes exponentially longer to process a commit if it is too large, and the problem is you can't even commit individual files because it needs to parse the entire thing every time you want to stage or unstage something. So what I'm going to do, really do stuff, and I'm going to make a safety commit of this. Right, except I can't do that because Git is already running in GameMaker. That's fine. What are the odds I'm going to lose all this code again, right? Right. So, but let's have ourselves a think. That is this functionality pretty much restored and implemented. And it's functioning as I wanted. Obviously that took longer than the 0 minutes I would have liked to get the code back, but you're always going to lose some data. You can only... the point of backups is to make it not as bad, and this wasn't that terrible. So take it as a lesson. Now, this is, I think, good the way that it is. So I'm going to change over to the scrollable box. And let's see, one more thing. Of course, make the buttons invisible again. Okay, so what I want, instead of having to fully rely on clicking the buttons on the side, I want this list to be scrollable by mouse wheel. So, right now, I don't think this is going to work as easily because the scrollable box doesn't have a bounding box. So it's not, there's nothing to click on. It's not going to respond to events. But, well, we can see now. Step 1 is going to be, do I want to scroll up when I move the mouse wheel down or up? I feel like I'm going to upset at least 50% of people, but hey, how does GameMaker behave? I move the mouse wheel down and it scrolls down, which means we move objects within the editor upwards. So it may seem counterintuitive, but we want to do... actually we want to behave just like the arrows, so when we scroll downwards, we want to move everything up, and that is going to mean that I need to look at what the arrows do when it is clicked. It executes its own click, which is, I don't know. Its own click is scroll down by with an argument of, like I know, 15 by 6. Okay. So. That means when we scroll down on the box, we want to call scroll down by some distance. Now, first we are just going to see, does this work? Shockingly, yes. Huh. So let me just implement the other way. If we scroll up, then we want to call scroll up. I am slightly confused, I'll be honest, because the scrollable box doesn't have a bounding box, right? There is nothing for this to reference as to what its bounding box is and isn't. Aha! I see. That's why. Aha! Okay. That has its advantages and disadvantages. Let me just scroll to a middle place here and go to the settings, yep. To the credits, yep. Okay, I see what's happening. The scroll event does not distinguish where the mouse actually is. It is global at all times. That's fine. I don't want it to do so, but that's actually kinda better. So if not mouse and box, return. There we go. There's our context. only scroll when we actually have the mouse on this specific scrollable box. Now, if we see the settings menu, we can scroll here, and personally, I think this is a good scrolling speed. I could make it equal to the arrow scroll, for sure. But let's see, I've scrolled the settings box. If I now go to the credits box, it has not responded. In fact, I can go all around it. Okay, dokie. Well, that was super easy. Wonder why I haven't done it earlier. Okay. Now, I do still need to... I do allow for more accessible scrolling, such as poor Mac or, well, laptop users that do not have a mouse wheel. To be clear, it is never required that you use the mouse wheel, but if you want to, there is an accessibility option to do so. And register mouse wheel up and down, listeners. Tell the global room handler that we want to be included if the user presses the button that emulates a mouse wheel scroll. We want to know about it. And when we are destroyed, similarly, we want to unregister, which would not matter. It should not, but it is best to clean up state, even though the room handler is going to be destroyed alongside us. Now, I need to look this up. This is up arrow and down arrow. Gotcha. And that one does not work. Okay. Let's give it a try again. Narrow down. What doesn't work? Are we entering the function and it's not doing as I think it should? Or what we doing? So that's gonna be here. We are not entering the event. Okay. That tells us that, well, naturally, that tells us that maybe the scroll event isn't functioning. Or something else ain't right. So, narrow it down further. I'm going to put a breakpoint over here. Okay, it looks like... Hey, Daniel! What up, my guy? I'm just fiddling with the credits menu here and trying to figure out why... I mean, this is a super minor thing. I gave it mouse wheel scrolling, but it's not responding to the arrow keys, which is supposed to be a substitute for mouse wheel. But it ain't doing that. So I just wanna figure out... It doesn't look like it's going in here at all. Is it me who's the idiot? Possibly, possibly. No? Okay, it is catching on the... you're not gonna be able to see this, unfortunately. Um, Actually, I can turn off the game. Here, it is catching in trigger this event. Yeah. Nav mesh. My god. Oh, mate. I might have to do that. Well, not for this game. I'm happily not doing mob. Uh, what's it? Mob pathing in this game. And I think I'm going to largely focus on puzzle games. But funny you should say that. I am sort of planning, brainstorming for future projects. A cute little event which is real time, which would have customers moving around a restaurant. So that may involve that. I've had to deal with a little setback myself, which is instead of deleting the sprites that I wanted to delete, I accidentally deleted the object, and GameMaker for once just wrote that straight out to the file system, so it was gone. And apparently there's no such thing as undeletes. You'd think it should have that. Especially considering that you can disable the "Are you sure" prompt when deleting an asset. You'd think if it allows you to delete it with no warning, then... well, anyway. Fortunately, even though I didn't have it checked into source control, I did have it in my secondary backup of Dropbox, because this ain't my first day of coding. I've lost code before. This stuff is doubly backed up. I'm not losing this project. So, right, now, what we are doing is this. There are scrollable blocks listening to mouse wheel up. So, oh, right, there it is. There it is. Right, so I do need to give the scrollable box a bounding box. That's fine. That only makes sense. As one may be aware, GameMaker doesn't distinguish where the mouse is for the mouse wheel up and down events. So I do that manually because naturally, like, I need to restore this context. This is like, if you press space, the game emulates a left click, but I only want to do that on instances that the mouse is actually on. So I filter to where the mouse is. And where we are is... I don't know where that's actually at, but it is here, scrollable box, which has no sprite at all. So naturally, it's not going to get mouse collision. So, but that is easy enough to fix. I've got a bounding box sprite, which is at like 1 out of 255 alpha. Because I found if it's completely invisible, then mouse collision doesn't work. But if you give it just a tiny bit of alpha, such that it's not humanly perceptible, then it does work. Or actually, I'm not even going to do that. Sprite bounding box. Here it is. I'm actually going to give it the purple, which also makes it more visible that it is a bounding box object, but naturally in draw we don't draw the box. So that's a cute little trick. We further need to tell it what's it? It's called sprite width. No, that's the read only. Next. Geez, what is it? What is it called? I'm trying to think of image x scale. There it is. Equals x size by 2. That should work. Okay. Now that should just work. It may not. Let's give it a try. OBS is taking a moment to capture the game. That's where it is open. Oh, sorry, it's me who is the idiot. Of course, I've had the game source turned off. Okay, so we'll call that functioning? Not exactly as I had intended, because well, it's scrolling by 60 pixels. Each frame that's up and down button are held. That's... well, we can work with that. It's not as the creator intended, but we can rate limit it. I think I've already done that too, somewhere else. Let's see. Let's see if we can load up poster artistry, because there you've got sprites templates that you can rotate. Like so. This has absolutely nothing useful, but you can do it because it's cute. Yeah, and they are rate limited. So they only respond every so often. So let's just go and find out how I've done it there. After all, why remake code when I've already done it? Why abstract code when I can copy and paste? Ignore scroll events. And this is going to be some value where... yep, we don't process it if we shouldn't. And ignore further scroll events sets this to... that's inherited. Yeah, right, this is an inherited event. So... open parent. We've inherited this from our template. Process scroll, ignore further scroll. Listen, okay? Yes, except... see, here's the thing, yeah? Here's the thing, Mr. Daniel. It's not just setting the image angle. It's also adjusting some math so that it properly rotates around your cursor, because, of course, normally it would rotate weirdly. Although, in this case, it would work because I've got the image origin set to the center, which makes the most sense to me. But I've got to properly manage the sprite. How they work is they've got the templates. Yeah, they've got the little cardboard disc, and then I draw the sprite with negative draw to put a hole in the middle. And of course, that needs to properly keep up with the center. And that's the advantage of having explicit setters, so you can do that. But yeah, you got me. That's absolutely a Java thing. But the point is, I can steal this code once every 3 frames. Should be good. Do I use java.comments? No, usually not in Java or in GameMaker. The idea is, well, it depends naturally. Like if you're writing interface documentation, then people rely on that. So yes, you do. But normally, most of the time that I'm making functions, the idea is that write it such that it doesn't need comments. That's the idea because, yeah, true. The idea is that comments are always a lie. From the moment that you write it, the code is going to change and the comment isn't going to get updated. True. I did see that it wants me to generate JavaDoc, but I'll be honest, this isn't terribly helpful. Sure, it's going to be an instance, but in my experience, maybe I also, yeah, you can just go here and create a JS editor. This label frequently gets stuck and moves to your mouse every time that you save, but it does have that. So let me put it this way. I think this project is too far gone to properly use that. I want to poke around with that because, of course, the more that you play around with it, or rather, the more that you help your linter, the more it's going to help you. I've got a lot of Fedor's recommendations turned off because I do some stuff that it doesn't approve of, and I'm sure I'm not configuring it properly either. Yeah. No, I think the new code editor is pretty smart. It can figure out that all of this stuff does exist. I think, most importantly, I want to try... Can I make it to the point where it knows which functions an object is supposed to have? Maybe for that I should put my functions in the create event rather than offloading to user event 0. But I just don't like filling up the create like that. Or like, what am I supposed to do? Or does it just not, and anytime that I do a function call is going to recommend any random function? I don't know. But let's see. Yeah. Look, Fedor is trying its best, and its job is not easy. It's really not, because this language, of course, with everything being at runtime, how is Fedor supposed to know what functions exist? I really wished I could voluntarily declare functions and variable types, and then Fedor would hold me to it, but as it is, we only have the inferred type. And funnily enough, because my type checking function can treat objects as structs or object instances, because of that, Fedor assumes that anything that gets type checked is an instance, because it could be an instance and it can't infer the type properly. So I don't have typing. But that's for a future project where I'm gonna play around with Fedor a bit and see if it can't help me more. Until then, I'm sure it's going to be developed better too. So, ignore scroll events, must be false here. Right? Yep. We want to ignore further scroll events for a few frames in order to slow down that scrolling. Right. No, that is still too fast. Way too fast. Let's see. Mess with the numbers. Of course, the template scrolling is only by a little bit, where the scrollable box actually... Ah, no. I know what I've done wrong. I set the variable, but I don't care. That's, of course, going to be bad. So, if we shouldn't process scroll events, or the mouse is not in the box, yeah. If not this, then return out. There we go. Oh. And I've crashed the game because I don't declare my variable. Yeah. This job is really hard. I agree. Initialize this to false. There it is. I mean, you don't even, like, I remember, sometimes it complains that a given variable isn't in the variable declaration of an object, and I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. Feather, help me help you. Okay. What have I done wrong? But I do think GameMaker should be a lot less permissive. Like, it's got the different index spaces, right? It knows what's supposed to be a sprite or a struct, or at least in the debugger it knows what is what. But basically it just lets you treat sprite number free as though it were object number free. And that is insane. Not positive what we're doing here. Are we not resetting properly? Yes. Right, because this is setting alarm 1, not alarm 0, because the template, I guess, has an alarm 1. So, there we go. That is still pretty fast. So let's slow that down to responding once every 6 frames. But I think that's largely good so far. So, credits menu looks prettier. I've managed to restore it. Yeah, that's about the speed that I want. Keeping in mind that the keyboard scrolling is there for people who aren't terribly firm with their computer. So what I've made is you can scroll this. Ooh. Maybe. I'll have to mess with that, see what comes out. Maybe we call it once every 4 frames we respond. Because right now it's got the issue that when you scroll with the mouse wheel, GameMaker responds when the mouse wheel actually turns, since you're not scrolling on every frame. And right now the scrolling is too slow. So that it is missing the next scroll. Oh, smooth scroll. I think I know what you mean. I'm gonna go with. I'll keep that in mind. I'll think about smooth scrolling, but largely I want to limit the amount that it scrolls by this, and I think scrolling in chunks like this, it's just playing to my aesthetic here. But now we have all these different options. You can use the arrows, you can click or hold them, you can use your mouse wheel, or you can use the keyboard arrows, so that's gonna be fine. I think that'll do by now. Now, that is this mostly finished, barring a bit of messing with it, but I also want to add the fonts to credits, but I kind of don't feel like doing that right now. I think for the remaining stream time, we are going to relaunch the game, and we are going to be working on the villains list, in which the game has... that still feels slow. Oh, mess with that. The game has the ultimate goal that you've got a list of villains, and you have to deal with them, I'm gonna say. So each of them has a cute little image drawn with precisely 4 shades of white, because I don't enjoy having fun. So I'm just gonna make art even harder for myself. So you'll note 3 of these don't actually have images yet. And that is a step on the road to demo. I want to get going on those. Other than that, that's fine. So, but before that, nature is calling again. So I am going to walk to the bathroom real fast, stretch out, get a bit of a snack. Gonna have some grapes probably. It's important. Stay healthy. Recommend you do the same. Be right back in just a few minutes. See you then. Okay. Cute, short little break done. Grapes have been consumed. Delicious, sweet, hydrating idiot streamer who doesn't drink enough. This bottle, right? This is not even half a liter. I should, over a 4-hour stream, I should down at least a full liter, if not more. But I don't, because I am an idiot. And it is hard to make yourself take the swigs when you should. So, here we are. So, we've got give a brief overview of our rogues gallery. Without going too deep into the story, we've got a teacher has a master's degree in archaeology, and he was very close to a PhD off of a grand discovery, a long mythicized tomb of Terramoon, which happened to also contain a solid gold statue that, well, listen, the year was 1996, I think. I haven't fully said this, but it doesn't matter either. The year was 1996. We were a bit more liberal with the concept of possession. Possession is 100% of the law, after all. So, would have been quite the opportunity for teacher. Unfortunately, his professor arranged for things to go a little differently and claimed all the credit as well as the Golden Goddess for himself, which was a bit of a rude move. One can certainly agree on that. And our rogues gallery consists of the professor himself, the archivist working under him, who certainly had access to evidence of what truly happened, but at the professor's behest destroyed it. Dr. Conroe, who made up complete fabricated reasons to discredit teacher, and instead of receiving the PhD that teacher long worked towards, teacher found himself with very little. I mean, listen, this isn't me being STEM elitist, but it is kind of a fact. Your job opportunities with a degree in this field are not that plentiful. If you can't go into research or teaching, then yeah, you don't have much. One could even say studying archaeology is a pyramid scheme, because the best job outlook that you've got is teaching it to others. And this is, of course, a terribly materialistic view. Knowledge is valuable unto itself, and it must be actively preserved and extended for humanity to remember and know its history. But unfortunately, the value of knowledge doesn't translate into the value of food. So teacher was forced to find simpler employment where they were able, and that is how teacher came to Grand Idol High as a simple music teacher. We further have teacher's formerly good friend and teacher's former girlfriend, both of whom abandoned him quite cheaply for Professor Kerr. Yeah, teacher doesn't have it easy. So, the point being, what I want to do with the remaining stream time today is I want to at least get started on giving Mr. Trey Alcard an image. Because though I hate doing art, I have to do it sometime. So, let's see about that. To get started on that, we're just gonna copy the sprite for Professor Kerr and see where we want to go from there. So it's gonna be here, it's gonna be here, there it is. Okay, now yeah, I think in this sprite, yeah, right, in this sprite I have the good professor cut out so that I can copy it easier. So we're going to do just that. I've already got it properly sized here. Use GameMaker's beautiful every copy paste is a brush feature. Because it does that, because GameMaker. So, first, imagine what we want to do, yeah? So what I want to do is I want a dude. He's gonna have shoulders, he's gonna have a neck, he's gonna have a butt for a face, and I want him to be rather pointy, so sharp angles. Honestly, I kind of want him to look like the Giga Chat guy. Shockingly so. Not quite. Well, I do want him to have a kind of narrow face, defined chin, unlike our dear professor here, who is large, who's let himself go with his age, as a symbolism for living in luxury that he does not even deserve. Instead of that, we want to draw a 30s-ish man. Yeah, starting his 30s. And because I just can't stop myself, I want to give him this kind of dropping look. But not like this, I've just got hair that is far too long. For him, I want it to be like a little into the forehead. Just, you know, make the most punchable face that you can imagine. That's the vibe that I'm going for. So, to that end, I am going to use the professor as a reference in that these images are fundamentally the same size as the idol images, and for that it is important to be able to distinguish them, of course. So that the subjects look more like adults than the idols do. The idols are also adults, they are 18, but they are, well, they are just 18. Some of them have not fully finished growing, and they are certainly more youthful than these. Which means you have different proportions, is the point. So, using the good professor as a reference, let's delete this nonsense and actually get started on drawing it out. Gonna copy out the colors real fast. So we've got basic white, we've got light pale gray, I'd call it. Oh, sorry. No, and then we've got anthracite. No, this is dark gray. And then we've got anthracite. This is not black. Black looks too black. So, my mistake. I have 4 shades of black and white. So I've got an entire 5 shades to draw this, which is so much better. So, ain't gonna get nowhere from doing nothing, so what I'm going to do, let's see, compared to a old professor who is rather wide, a young man, how's he gonna look? Well, he's going to have straighter shoulders. He is probably going to dress a little less formally, although Mr. Alcard is himself a doctor now, so you'd better give him the proper respect. And so, let's say we make them the same basic height. So, start there. Same basic height, but Mr. Alcard has a taller shoulder. Remember, because this image size is terribly limited, we don't want to do this, because that's a valid diagonal, but it looks like we are, if we complete this, it looks like we are going vertical but then going diagonal again, because, well, we don't have the space to continue it. So what we are going to do is we are going to make sure that the playlist really likes this track. And I don't, honestly. That's more like it. Wait, are we running alphabetically? No. Good. Doesn't matter anyway. So we are going to make sure that we are doing this stuff like so. Continuous curve that keeps going down. Double the top one. Well, and since I don't have any different ideas, just gonna stick on that. There we are. Okay, I might already do something, which is to pull his shoulders in a tiny bit. Like so. There. I'm not sorry. Need to properly copy this. So, there we go. As a result, we have narrower shoulders that reach their full height faster. Let's compare with Miss Septon. Yeah. Well, let's just keep going. Don't worry about making it perfect all the time, always, everywhere. So, then we are likewise from here. I want the neck to be rolling out, but I want it to be less wide actually than the professor's, because the professor, again, is wide. He's a wide boy. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the neck rolls outwards like so. You've got the little transition from throat to shoulder. And then it goes up. Possibly even 1 pixel row further. Oh, what have I done? Okay, right, so now it would be the same height as the professor's. I'm gonna try this. Try making it 1 taller. Give him more neck. I think that might work. I may again shuffle it, shuffle the shoulders downwards. I mean, not everybody is the same height, right? So if we imply that the photos are taken from the same height, then some are going to be lower down than others. But as it is now is fine for the moment. Okay. Then, further, I'm just gonna use a different color so that I can see what I'm doing. So, oh, that line isn't connected. Whoopsie. Right. Now, we need to give this boy a proper neck, which proper neck requires shading, but I mean, it's not that difficult. Really, just put a line here, and this is gonna be this color in the end, so we use this darker shade, like so. There, neck is at least marked, or the chin, pardon me. So, from here on out, you start with a circle, and then you make the idiot from there. Right. Which I like to use this basic idea. You've got, again, do it less wide. Like so. So we've got this wide line down here, then it climbs up. This can be 3 wide. I'm gonna try 2 wide. Then you've got a bit of diagonal. This also, of course, changes depending on body shape. The twin sisters have literal diagonal chins. And then you roll that out like so. Roll it into a vertical line or a progression of small vertical lines, which then, depending on what you do, that rolls out into some length of a horizontal. Now, people are not circles, they are taller than they are wide, but start with the basic idea of a circle and we can squish and pull from there. I think I'm gonna start with it like so. I think this is too smooth, but let's see where we end up. First priority is make a thing. the thing can be altered afterwards. Yes, see, what I've done here is the opposite of what I wanted. What I wanted is a relatively tall face. This is much wider than it is tall, but we can fix that. That's good, yeah? Yeah. So, start is going to be pull all of this. Oh, not that. Pull all of this inwards. And then further we are going to, I think, cut this line here. Pull that inwards to make the transition more abrupt too. Well, we can also go fully like this, which is like that's too diagonal. Fully on board. That is too diagonal. But what we can do is like so. Have the top line pass width downward, which is going to be a bit of a challenge down here. But there we are. Or maybe that's a bit too extreme for the style that I'm going for. Let's see. Pull up the reference again. This man is very wide. You who are less wide, tell me, what are your measurements? You leave 4 pixels of space to the edge. You meet the top. That's maybe how we want to do things. Make the face not end with the image. That of course implies height. It tells us that the person in the image is taller than could be reasonably captured with this framing, and the top doesn't really matter. In fact, it's a relatively clever trick to do this, because listen, this is a distraction, but it's going to be a brief distraction. If we've got stuff like this, right? The entire top of her head is in view. This needs finesse, because it's easy to do this wrong. And if the curve isn't right, then it just looks weird. If it is too flat, right? So, that's a distraction. And here, I'm gonna try it like this. After all, this leaves 5 pixels even to the edge. So we could easily make it 1 wider again. Because this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is currently taller than wide. So I don't mind that. Okay. Let's fill it in, and let's fill it in with the actual color that it's supposed to be. And after all, this is just the starting point. This is just the baseline that we are then drawing on top of. Speaking of drawing on top, what background color shall we give this fellow? Maybe a bit soon to decide that, but I'm feeling this shade. Okay. Relevantly, of course, you want your character to distinguish itself from the background, so whatever shade you give the background, you can't give the character. I hope that makes sense. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Well, you can give it to the character. I don't have shades to spare. I can't just not use the dark gray. but what I shouldn't do is make the background like this and then expect to draw something on the side here that's just gonna look like a hole. So it needs to be a shade that you are okay with not using at the edge. That's called contrast. Okay, now drawing in the shadow on the throats. I usually do it something like that. So let's just steal this. Where are you? Here. Let's just steal that. See where we end up with that. That needs to be white in order to not be color blended. And actually maybe having a separate shadows layer is not a terrible idea. I mean, having extra layers is always a good thing. It's not ever going to be anything wrong if you just have things more separated. No. No. Don't like the shape of that chin. I think what we are going to do is we're going to widen it out like such. It's still a relatively wide face, but hey, I'm just imagining the details, right? So there's no point making everything perfect on this layer while he doesn't have a face. That's the point in that, yeah? So then. Do we draw ears on these? No, we conveniently hide them. I would kind of like to not draw ears on this fellow too, but am I going to be able to come up with a reason to hide them? Hair would certainly be one such reason, but he's actually supposed to have relatively short, so... except for the falling lock. Well, give it a basic idea, see where we end up from there. So, this idiot isn't going to have a face. Yes, Toraka, that's how these images work. Whoops. No, they do not have features. That's artistic choice. So I can get away with just not doing that. So this is Joe. If I'm using dark gray for the background, then it would follow I use something else for the hair layer, such as anthracite. Not black, black looks too dark. And then we come to my least favorite part of it all. Drawing hair! I hate that. So I wanted to go... No, seriously, like, I'm looking at the Giga chat for reference. So, I wanted to stand off slightly more than that. So like from here-ish. I'm just gonna start, let's say, roughly here in the forehead. Then it comes out and smoothens out again. Ooh, I can give him a beard. Isn't that a funny idea? This is way too elaborate, by the way. But at this point, let's keep going and see what happens. Mirror, mirror. Put it over there. Yeah. So that's the basic idea of the hairdo, which is gonna go something like this. When you don't know anything better, just follow the curve. So standing off a bit. Welcome back, Daniel. I am back to suffering. So I'm guessing you didn't catch the context of what I'm doing. The ultimate goal, one might say, in the game is you've got a list of villains who grievously wronged teacher in the past, and as the result of their actions, largely Professor Kerr, but also the others, instead of being teacher PhD and working in a glamorous institute, teacher has become a music teacher for high schoolers. Okay, I hate everything about this, but it's not unworkable. So I tried to roughly trace the hairdo that Giga Chad has, which doesn't translate well to this resolution, we've learned. God, my god, that looks like a giant. So, the idea being, we want to draw a 30s man, like man in his 30s, early 30s, who has short hair with no facial features. It's proving difficult so far, but that's just because all art is difficult, because I am bad. Yeah. Let's... we'll refine it before we put it in the game. So, because I further enjoy suffering, I'm also drawing these in very limited palette. So the idea was, I want him to have dark hair. I want these images to be slightly distinct from each other. So, but this hairdo is just not working at all. So, what was my idea? Unlike most characters in this game, I want him to be relatively short-haired, which means a larger forehead. And what does that translate into? I don't know, place pixels at random. I think I've tried to make this far too detailed. I don't like the arrow shape. I don't. Because it's kind of too detailed, or at the very least it's going too deep down. But realistically it would be more tame, like so. Maybe do another line up here. That's starting to get somewhere. Dude looks like one of these Umbinis. You know, I'm just realizing now. It's a bit late for that culture, but you know, Greece and the Elvis hairdo used to be culture once. Unfortunately, I'm not terribly familiar with the culture of the time. I'm not 60, so can we fix that? You know. So this is kind of too tame now. But let's also think, just abstractly. Yep. Short hairdo. That works for the professor, who has got this deep down hat. Looks a bit like Andrew Ryan, I'll admit that. And Linda does have the covering hair. So the thing is just that it's going to be much more blatantly obvious that he's got no features, which, I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to make a secret out of that, but it's going to be more glaring. Also, let me just check, which type am I using here? No, that is the light gray. Yeah, skin is light gray. So, I don't know. Gonna follow my impulses, and my impulse is move it down further. Idiot. Approaching something. I think it needs to be a bit bigger, have less forehead on him. It was also asymmetrical. Oh no. Maybe it wants to be asymmetrical, specifically. But. Maybe it doesn't want to go so far down on the side. I know, we are rapidly approaching pod cut. Look, a hat! You know, I say that, I don't actually wholly hate this. I don't completely hate that. At least not the basic shape of it coming down. But let's say we do give it something like so. Maybe it also floofs out further. No, that doesn't make sense. Give that a think. We further need to put clothes on this boy. So, what is Trey wearing? He wears a white shirt with nothing over it because he's just that kind of student frat boy who has spent the past 8 years studying a doctorate in archaeology. Maybe we even make him something like that. Make him disordered, right? That is disorganized, slightly dirty. So, although I do already have the obviously, can't you tell, because Professor Kerr has grown so large in his body, his clothes don't fit properly, so he's got the slightly crooked tie. And his shirt doesn't fit right because he's spilling out of it. But maybe we try that, yeah? Try to give this boy an open shirt, or at least slightly open. Well, what's always certainly going to happen is if we're going to go with that, then we're going to want to trace the outline of his body. Such. And we're going to want to largely fill it out. So, yeah, there's our basic. We can't use this shade because that will blend into the background. We could use this, or we can do white, but it is open. And it is slightly stained. So I wish I could see my eraser. So how's that gonna look? It's going to be something like this. And there's going to be a button on it, which I should notice. On a men's shirt, the button is on the right side. I have some over there, but I'm not gonna go check right now. Just gonna say it is. Yeah. It's on the right side so that you grab it with the right hand, which is generally more dexterous, and fiddle it through the hole. Right. Something like that. Although it would be at this height. And these should be on a different layer. Gloves, highlights. There's no such thing as too many layers. Oh, I'm copying nothing. Yeah, that makes sense. Ugh. This, that one, that one. There. Cut these out, put them on there. For once, this is not Game Maker's fault, I'm just terribly incompetent. Don't hate that. But, of course, the shape is just randomly splodged. But that is something that we can fiddle with. I can also quite literally be my own model. I can just put on the shirt, unbutton it, and see what comes out. But this isn't terrible as for style, because there needs to be an extra button. Because you don't fasten the top button. It just exists. In some shirts, right, you've literally got extra buttons at the top and bottom, which I figure they also exist in case the shirt doesn't quite fit, so that you have something further away to tie it together still. But at that point, you really should get a different shirt. So, this feels like it's too detailed for this kind of image, but I like it. Hey, make something, and we're going to make it better later. So, looking at it now, looking at it at various sizes. Music goes sad. Give me something else. Right. So I advance the music here. It gives me Apocalyptic March and The World Ends. There we go. That one's a bit nicer. uh, I've just taken literally every track that's about 2 minutes long from a music pack I purchased. And I'm playing all of it on shuffle. So such that this is going to have some tonal whiplash, but I don't know. I actually like it. It's good music, and the terms of license explicitly allow for streaming because I paid money for it. You know what? I'm kind of thinking this could be the main menu music. It's got a piano focus. It's kind of chill. But music is a topic for another day. What's my favorite music? Well, according to YouTube, my favorite genre is music you've never heard of. Literally, because it will recommend me stuff with literally 9 views, stuff like that, which actually sounds pretty good, so I suppose we can call it indie. I would describe it more generally as I'm hugely into Vocaloid, and that tends to be in the techno, rock, that kind of direction. So, but it's also greatly indie because, well, the entire point of Vocaloid is to allow you to make music easier, to take away the singing aspect of it, and allow you to put a track on just music that you've made. So by nature, though there are certainly larger producers, by nature anyone can make stuff, and it's not, there are fewer barriers. But I also listen to I listen to all kinds of random stuff. Tato. I see you're familiar with the genre then. Look, Tato is her own genre, because everything that has her in it is just a meme. Either a meme or a meme that's also really depressing, but yes, it's Vocaloid. You can have sad music, you can have rock music, you can have cheerful music, all of it has depressing lyrics. Consider yourself happy if you don't speak Japanese. I don't either. But I love Teto too. She's great. Good. Thinking about this. So, Senor Pothead here. Senor Pothead here. Okay, so I think making it completely flat is going slightly overboard. Let's say we mirror the curve here. No. Here's the thing. Kind of, when it looks flatter like this, it does look more grown up. Yeah? It looks more like an adult. Possibly I've also gone slightly overboard on the shoulders. Let's say... how would I do that? I think the shoulders look slightly too small, and considering this is supposed to be a older man, they should also just be broader. So let's try that. Bring those out slightly. so that he's also just taller in the image. And his shoulders are broader. Yeah, don't hate that. At least not fully. I might go like this. Don't hate that. Echo is real good. They recently, well, semi-recently, what is that really? They released that remake of it, right? I kind of don't love that. I think it's very much lightning in a bottle, but hey, the original is real good. Accordingly, it's got millions and millions of views and deserves it, I think. No, I got into Vocaloid another way. It was from the Bad and Night series. Okay, music, you need to chill slightly. It was from the Bad and Night series. That's a new version of Echo has been released, but I don't like the beat on that one. But yeah, Bad and Night was from a version of another fandom that I was in. Through that I got into the general Vocaloid space, and we went from there, really. So, the point being, what I was saying, so this is not to say I don't want to talk about music, but having this flat hairline kind of works better for me, because if let's say I take it at this, I don't hate that, but making it more rounded like this just looks younger to me. Now, we have another problem to solve, which is this is where the ears should be attached. Now, I can just glaze over that, or I can give him longer hair to cover them. Another one might work. Yeah. Look. This might just be my brain being dumb, but making the hair more circular like this just looks like an average Japanese schoolboy. Whereas having the flatter line, that does look more adult. Oh, isn't the art fun? Well, at least it's only his personality that is a dick now. I think I've managed to fix that. Okay. Well, what else do we even need to put in? I mean, these images are very simple on purpose. I think I will even add some text implying that they are sketched by our lovely elf, so they're not real photos. But beyond body shape, clothing, and hair, we kind of don't have anything. Need to turn off this layer. Huh? Uh-huh. Well, so we can just glaze over the ears issue and no one's going to notice. We can, of course, also just like extend his hairline. Something like this. Does have more of the office worker vibe going on. Take off this line if I do that, and shorten that like so. But Nah, that rather highlights it. So, I'm certainly going to tinker on this some more. But I don't hate this in concept. I don't hate this. So, what they... Let's take another look at Linda, if there's anything yet to do. No, that looks good. We don't do shading on these images. So, let's try just putting it into context. Now, I'm in the sprites folder. I recognize to a large part this is my fault too. Still on the issue of deleting objects is too easy. So obviously, since I draw every sprite at 1/6 resolution and then upscale it, that requires keeping each sprite twice. But this does solve a whole lot of other issues. Most importantly, I can reference sprite width and height properly instead of having to multiply that. So, what am I looking for? I'm looking for table, villains, and photos. Here it is. So, this is a sprite. Yes. Extra careful. I also, because GameMaker's source control plugin really tries, I haven't committed the code of today. I should do that when I go on break. Just turn off GameMaker, commit with a real source control client, and then have that as backup. But I haven't done it right now. So please go to width of 216. And we can put it, it's already in the game now. It may be patently insane to refer to objects by their string names, but GameMaker does it, so... Well, even more insane, I have my villains are defined in a JSON object, and so I just literally have written in there sprite tray alcard, and then I parse that as a string, and obviously then I use like asset get index or whatever it's called to get the sprite index. But that I can reference it by name is modestly insane. But it does mean that I don't need to, like, literally link the sprites to anything. So there is that. Okay, seeing it in context now. He's not the tallest boy. Well, certainly. He might want to be taller. I might want to make his head slightly higher. Because right now the professor's hat reaches up, though... Sorry. Even though as I drew out his head, this area right here is supposed to be within his head, but I gave it a cleft in order for the hat to have a better shape. You can just take this with suspension of disbelief, or you can imagine that Professor Kerr is a literal dented head soy jack. Listen, I'm not gonna tell you how to interpret my art. But yeah, I do think this boy should reach the top of the image. To that end, I think he should be taller. Or in what dimension do I want to change him? I can give him more throat, I can give him more shoulder, or like more chest area. I can also make his head taller. Oh, let's see. See what comes out, really. It's not gonna be that easy, is it? No. We're gonna pull that's the clothes there. We are going to take this and pull it up. And then fill in the middle. Don't hate the proportions on that. The option is pull the hair down. Don't hate that either. Okay, now I do still owe you something, which is right now, well, right now he's got the pod cut. But I don't want him to have that. I want him to have this, is it Handsome Jack that I'm thinking of? I think it is. Yeah. That's the kind of image that I want. You can't see it, but you know how Handsome Jack looks. To that end, I don't think I can model his kind of wave, but I might be able to make something happen. Well, actually, let's try. Let's experiment. That looks terrible. No, I think I want the hair to be monocolor. But we can have a kind of drooping in. Don't hate that. Don't hate that concept. Yeah, he's a rebel. Oh my god, I want to punch this man. Oh, the differences a few pixels make. Wow. Oh my god. I have actual emotions towards this photo. Oh jeez. Incidentally, when I was writing the story, maybe a bit of context. Yeah, you've got 8 different idols, and I wanted to have storylines between them. And because I'm not insane, I didn't give each idol a storyline with everybody else. Better question. Something like that. Yeah. I didn't give each idol a storyline with everybody else, because that's insane. Instead, they each have storylines with 3 others, which comes to a total of 12 storylines. They are each 8 dialogues long and 10 dialogue lines roughly per dialogue. So, and let's see, can I show that off? So, these storylines are told purely through dialogue. What you see here is all of it. When you do a minigame and you do it properly, you get rewarded with seeing a dialogue play out. There are also side characters that go off screen. Ooh. No, we can't show that off. Whatever. The point is, side characters. So, one of those side characters who actually doesn't appear but is mentioned in the dialogues is Bradley, who is a boy from their class who's just a massive idiot, tries to hit on everyone, despite having zero success with anyone. But he still tries. And I just thought, what is the most punchable name that I can think of if all that you know about that character is a few vague details that people who don't like him mention in passing and a name? How do I communicate that you want to punch this man? Bradley. That's just the perfect name for him. Right. That's just a little tidbit. This guy. I hate him. I might... Let me search up one little thing. This man had his lock on that side. Okay. In that regard, I may want to cut that out and paste it this side. Yeah, that's more the Leonardo DiCaprio lock, right? He's got it like that. Although, I think that's sufficiently distinct. Look, what I'm thinking of is a band you've certainly heard of from the 1940s, who also had a hairdo that went to the left like this, but it was much more ordered, so I don't think it looks anything like that. It's just worth thinking about. Are we too similar, and do we maybe want to change it? But that was just a passing thought. I think it's fine. Okay, we have deleted the sprite. It's just a sprite. Okay, then we are going to copy and upscale and see it in game, and I think I'm going to like it there. Okay, so he's slightly taller. More importantly, he's got a taller head. From there on out. Oh, I didn't update the sprites. Sorry about that. Okay. So, let's do that. Fortunately, in this timeline, in this save game, we've already gotten to him. Yeah, I think that works. I don't put a lot of emphasis on where the cross and heart go, but I think that works. It at least works enough that I'm happy enough to leave it for now, which I think is good. Art is never finished. You always refine it. And that's why, since this is kind of a, it's an exponential decline of work that you get done on art per time. So it's important to let yourself take steps away, mull it over subconsciously, refine it later. Okay, that's good. That's good progress. So we've got that. We've got let me just press the restart game button. We've got the credits menu, which I am going to fiddle with. I'm probably going to change it such that, well, I don't know. Probably I'm going to change it such that it responds more frequently, but for less. I may also try a smooth scroll, but that would actually have the same issue, right? Where even if we just add to a target scroll, first off, that means that you can't stop on the dot, which I find a huge annoyance in scrolling, and also it wouldn't actually solve the issue. But this is good as it is for now. I want to add 2 more sections to this, which are going to be font credits and ambient sound credits. Possibly also listing out the music tracks that I used, though I don't need to attribute the music, and like, I've paid for it. It wasn't thousands of dollars, but it was a good bit. It was a humble bundle. So we're going to see. The thing is, I'm just now realizing, you know that track that I said I really liked? Did I write down which one it was? Did I bugger? Oh my god. Why am I like this? So, the thing with the music is, right now the game doesn't have any. But I'm thinking more and more that maybe it doesn't need that much. So I think I would have, say, calm, kind of piano focused main menu music. But once you get into the game, I want to think about just not having music in here. I may as well make my inspirations clear, since, you know, I've stolen my entire control scheme from Papers, Please. I may as well admit that I'm thinking of that concerning music. So, Papers, Please has music on the main menu. It's got, I think, a bit between days and during the ending cutscenes. In the main gameplay, there is not music. There's just ambience. And I may do something similar, where during the main gameplay, because you change screens frequently here anyway, and I can make the music be continuous between screens. That's not a big issue. Yes, hello, I am a moderately competent programmer. With hair falling out of my headset now. But I'm not sure I want that. I want to try just making an ambience track of all the noises that would be happening in this music room while the club's going on. And maybe, or probably, what I also want is, when you enter a minigame, I would like for there to be a little ambient stinger here. So, for instance, for Songcraft, there may be a few notes being played, or when you go into poster artistry, which is the one where you draw a fancy poster for the band, maybe I put some drawing noises, right? Put sounds that would be made during this minigame to transition properly into it. But that's something that I just have to try. Either way, I certainly want an ambient track, so the only decision is, do I then put music onto it or not? And I'm kind of feeling the answer is no, because while I am not a terribly musical person myself, asterisk, I don't make music, I consume it a lot. So I am not a terribly musical person in the creation myself, but I am very focused on sound. My guild in World of Warcraft thinks that I'm absolutely insane for playing with sound on. I think, brother, you have not had sound turned on for the past 18 years. You literally don't even have the right to judge whether sound is good or bad. And you are massively handicapping yourself by having it off. Do you not understand how much more information you can get with your ears? That is just an additional layer that your eyes don't give you. I play melee, by the way, and yeah, I can play my warrior in Cataclysm, mind. I can play my warrior without looking, because I can tell by sound when stuff's happening, and I'm playing Cataclysm Arms Warrior, obviously, because Arms is better than Fury. It is numerically superior. So I know all the vibes. I know it goes Mortal Strike, something, something Mortal Strike, and so on, but that's going in depth. The point is, I know the timings, so I don't need to look. But all that aside, that's just to say, I am deeply in sound, so I don't want to completely drown out what you're doing either. So I'll just try. I don't know when. It's probably going to be off stream sometime. I'm going to build an ambient track, but I do want to try doing it, at least in a basic form. Or rather, I'm not going to build an ambient track. I am thinking on a system where I just tell it a bunch of sounds that occur every so often, or maybe it's an array of sounds that occur every so often, one out of a selection, so that it gets dynamically generated and I don't have to make a really long audio track, which that just seems silly, personally. Right. I would like to show off, under the week I have refined these two twin sisters a bit. I do really like the shorter haircut that Stagger has now. It does make her, well, it's not actually that unique. So this is an anime styled game. It's like anime was set in implied to be America, right? So long hair is not a limited resource. It ends up that I've actually got 4 and 4. But I like this shorter or middle length cut, and still not 1000% satisfied with its shape, but I like it. I like it a lot more than what I had previously, which was this entire thing going all the way down to the shoulder. It does help distinguish her from her sister, even as they mirror. So that's what I've done. Right. So. This is you may notice that I'm not developing anything. This is going to bring us to the end of today's stream. Thank you all so much for hanging out today. I will be live again tomorrow from 9 to 1 Central European Time. Your local equivalent should be, I think, below the stream. Thank you all for hanging out. And goodbye. See you tomorrow. See you whenever it's comfortable for you. I'm not gonna judge. I'm gonna be here. Good day.